I shall. Let's see what we found.
Carrying too much weight.
Let's see what we found. I shall. I'll have this open in no time.
The Guardians will hold the door as long as need be.
Everyone else is ready. So few of us remain.
Lord Abidon, guide our hands and steel our hearts. Give us the mercy of your forge.
I've seen better.
Bones, chipped but whole, have been swept into a pile. It looks as if these skeletons were once stacked, but they've fallen apart as their connective tissue has rotted away. The pillar tugs at your essence. A pulse from the world itself moves through it. The interior of the forge is crusted with dark, rippled stone. A large stone dragon skull stands silent vigil at one end of the circular chamber. Within its maw is a network of steel dividers, tubes and vents, indicating that this impressive construction served as the furnace for the White Forge. There is a shallow basin at the foot of the furnace, and in the eye sockets of the skull itself are golden rings, evidently meant to house some manner of gem or instrument. Examine the forge. The dragon's skull gazes down upon you with hollow eyes. Both have gleaming golden rings worked into the sockets, and both of these stand empty. In the basin at the base of the furnace, you note a rectangular gap, as if something once sat within. Place an Adra sphere into the left eye socket. With a little climbing, you are able to reach the eye socket and carefully wedge the sphere into place. It fits snugly, as you think you sense a small ripple of energy as the eye is set within. You feel a faint vibration through the skull. It grows in intensity until the very ground seems to shake. Loose cobblestones rattling in their settings. You leap from the furnace to confront what is coming.
What stirs in the heart of the battery?
Place an Adra sphere into the right eye socket. You climb into position and carefully set the Adra sphere into the golden ring at the center of the skull's eye socket. The sphere fits perfectly, and as it drops into place, a peculiar burst of energy ripples outward from the dragon's eye and through you. The air shifts almost imperceptibly around you. The Adra sphere you have placed suddenly blazes with an orange light, fading from a blinding brightness to the vibrant glow of a campfire. A thin smoke rises from both orbs, and in the depths of the furnace you think you hear the rattling of machinery.
Heat. Tremors. They return.
Place stone disc in the hollow space behind the basin. You place the stone disc into the basin and find that it fits perfectly within the hollow. Before your eyes, the disc turns of its own accord, rotating this way and that before finally sinking into position. From deep beneath the surface comes a startling metallic screech, as if some hidden mechanism has come to life. From the vents around you rises hot, stale air, and the glow of rising fires. A gust of hot air erupts from the stone dragon's maw. Molten ore drips from the basin, and dark billowing smoke begins to gush from between the skull's fangs. You hear another rending shriek, but not of machinery. Around you rises a chorus of howls, bodiless voices raised in rage and despair.
Remember yourselves, Pargrunen! Defend the battery!
Stop, Marauder! Our bodies are dust already. Must you profane holy ground with further violence?
Flames roar and weep from within the forge. As they rise, their glow washes the room in a gory crimson light.
Did the height of our walls offend you? Did we cross your borders? Sell you weak steel? Tell us, why did you invade our fortress?
Behind the anger and through the roaring flames, you hear the voice of a tired old man. Arismital says, Durgan's battery has been deserted for over 200 years. Oh, it's that long?
No, that cannot be. Abidon wouldn't allow it.
The flames flicker and shudder, and the stones beneath your feet grow suddenly cold.
Wake up, Exandru! This is why Abidon gave us the White Forge, that we might take up arms and deal with villains like this.
Heat surges once again from the forge, prickling your skin.
Such a magnificent device, and she can only see it as a tool for war. She shames our grandparents, who wandered this continent and...
Quiet, both of you! Can't you feel it? This chill, this silence.
The fires crackle and snap.
But you entered our keep and found it abandoned, ruined. What happened to us?
Exandru's question drifts from the mouth of the White Forge, wreathing you like a cloud of smoke. Arismital says, the official history is that you destroyed yourselves, but it looks like someone or something invaded the battery.
I'd never seen anything like them. Twice the size of any ogre, and positively fearless. They were...
Twice the size of ogres? Oh my god.
Eyeless. Yet no matter how hard we fought, or how deep we hid, they kept coming for us.
Arismital asks, what were they?
Some kind of magfolk, but bigger than any we knew of. We who survived never got close.
They were relentless. Unnaturally so.
Arismital asks, why did they attack you? Maroon says, they didn't stop to explain themselves, yet I wondered at what monstrous wilder might survive in a place like this.
We should have taken our steel and pushed east.
What's to say they didn't come from the east? From the lands Maroon so coveted?
It was a punishment for taking this gift of Abidon, the White Forge. and squandering it on our greed and vanity.
The other voices say nothing, but you feel their doubt and dissent in the stifling heat of the forge. Arismetal says, "Go on."
We retreated until there was no place left to go. Until those of us who remained were here.
Here, with the salvation Abidon had left us.
Arismetal says, "You used the White Forge to channel your souls into the battery."
Yes, using the same methods with which we had fashioned so much cold steel.
It was agony. Feeling your soul ripped from your flesh. Feeling every part of you torn asunder. But it saved us.
Imprisoned us.
It was Abidon's grace. Now, we inhabit the monument our people built to the White Forge.
Arismetal asks, "What does this have to do with Abidon?"
The White Forge belongs to Abidon, of course. It is here that he built his own body.
And whether he found this place or created it, it's a truly remarkable smithy.
We Pargrunin are wanderers by nature. But it was Abidon's call that led our forefathers here after generations spent along the Pearl Coast and Air Glonfath.
So the old stories say. Then again, I can't see any other reason our grandfathers would have stayed here when greener lands lay east.
Arismetal asks, "How does the White Forge work?"
Its fires have been blessed by Abidon. They're fed by Aora's molten heartbeat and veined with Audra that runs to the center of the world.
Which explains their conductive power. See, these Audra veins allowed us to siphon essence into steel as we shaped it.
And that essence, the extraordinary heat of the forge, and our smith's skill is what made Durgan's steel so remarkable.
Arismetal says, "I see, and now you're here, in Durgan's battery."
Stuck here, you mean? With all the others who sought to escape the Eyeless.
Arismetal says, "You're trapped here, never experiencing anything new? Sounds maddening."
Had we thought longer on the fate that awaited us, we might have chosen a quick death to this slow agony.
Blasphemy! There's no greater honor than remaining here, watching over the White Forge.
Arismetal asks, "You think so?"
I only wish we could protect this humble monument better.
Or do something. Anything. We were once among the greatest smiths in the known world. Tell me, do Kith still speak of us?
Arismetal says yes, and highly. You are still regarded as master smiths.
That is good to know. It's only a shame that this legacy is nothing but a memory.
The White Forge radiates gentle warmth.
Is this why you braved the restless souls of Durgan's battery? To recover the process of Durgan's steel?
Arismetal says, "There's a village called Stalwart that's fallen on hard times. They asked me to find the White Forge." At this admission, you feel a softening in the essence of the Pargrunen. In one moment, each soul and fragment is distinct, and in the next, they form an indistinguishable host. You perceive them as a school of fish caught in a tide, a flurry of snowflakes on the wind, a pantry full of fragrant spices.
Then I hope you're satisfied with what you found here.
At least you get to leave this place.
Can we help them leave this place?
But it was good to be remembered, however briefly.
As the souls of Durgan's battery speak to you, their collective essence takes shape, much like Myrwal's did. There are scores of them, all torn by conflicting purposes, and trapped in the memory of their lost battle. You taste the bitterness of their uncertain existence, and feel the persistent ache of centuries. It is a slow, agonizing fate, but you find it in your power to grant them another. Wait, if I release them from Durgan's battery, does that mean I fail at activating the White Forge? Arismital releases them from Durgan's battery. You're free to roam again, return to the wheel and seek new lives. You perceive the tenuous connections between the souls and the battery. As you sever them, the souls cry out, some in relief and others in rage. Pressure builds in the ether, which swarms with essence and energy. You cover your ears and grit your teeth against the devastating hum that builds in the core of your soul. So that means this place is no longer haunted then? So the next time someone wants to use this place, whether it's Aris or the Stalwart villages, then there will be no opposition, like the spirits that have been attacking us. So this place is clean now. Got it. A few tokens, filthy coins and tattered ribbons have been scattered in this bone pile.
By the time you stepped out of Durgan's battery and into the new snow outside, word had already spread of strange lights rising from the fortress and energy crackling in the sky. The survivors of Stalwart flocked to Durgan's battery, their steps hastened by the promise of peace and prosperity at last. They mended their walls, gathered their strength, and prepared their town for the new opportunities that were sure to come. And with the voices of Durgan's battery silent at last, none heard the distant groan of something stirring among the peaks, as massive and relentless as an avalanche.
The people of Stalwart better remember who made this possible. It was Arismital. And the people of Stalwart better give their loyalty to Kaidnua now, to thine Arismital. And they better not, not Yeah, they better place their loyalty to Thine Arismital of Kaidnua. And they better be ready to provide their resources in case it's needed in exchange for protection by Kaidnua. If not, Arismital will send his army and take over this place by force. Which one the villagers prefer? Cooperation and servitude to Kaidnua, or getting taken over and conquered? They better choose wisely. Arismital will not hesitate. The crumbling edge of this long platform suggests that there were once stairs leading down from here, perhaps joining with the pathway some distance below. It seems a manageable jump from here on this side, but you doubt you would be able to return the same way. Jump across. You leap, and for a dizzying moment the ground below flashes past, and then you are across the gap and upon the second tower. All right. Galvino holds an open bottle of wine by the neck. He wobbles on his feet. Galvino says, I heard a noise like the crashing of mountains. I ran up to look through the window. He points unsteadily toward the far end of his workshop. Magnificent. The fire's glowing from below. Galvino shakes his head, and tears spring from his eyes. And those village buzzos will be here any day now. Galvino takes another swig from his bottle. Farewell. Villagers says, not much to hunt nowadays, and look what happened to Thirsch. Shh, look, that's the man who found it. Found what? Villagers says, told you the White Forge was in there. Now you owe me. No, you owe me. Villagers, you owe Arismita. Maybe Grindy went back to Ripple Sponge and got himself into trouble. Interesting. Is it true they set fire to Defiance Bay? Deerwood has gone mad. Well, the riots are all over now. I mean, it's all over.
You really did it! I mean, people have always come through here, talking about opening the battery, claiming the White Forge, all that. But I didn't think anyone would ever really manage it. I told Ten I'd be willing to help out with digging out the mines again. You know, do my part. Figure we can turn this place around, now that you've laid the foundation.
Yeah, I expect loyalty from the people of Stalwart. And don't you holding out on your resources. And don't you increase the price unreasonably when trading with us. Or Arismital is going to come here with his army and conquer your place and take the White Forge for himself.
Hey there. Let me know if you need anything.
Oh, I haven't read his soul? Reads Rayfal's soul. Wait, Arismital says, I thought you were cured. You mean you always look like that?
Yes, fine. Haha. I'm doing much better, actually, and everything seems to be working like it ought to, so take care. Hey there. Let me know if you need anything.
Read Rayfal's soul. The snowy paths peel away, and the brisk air gives way to the acrid stench of smoke. A dark cloud billows up from the remnants of a burning house. The snowy paths peel away, and the brisk air gives way to the acrid stench of a smoke. A dark cloud billows up from the remnants of a burning house. At the far edge of a rocky field, you are low to the ground, held in place, and above you the wind tugs embers back and forth like firebugs. The vision in your
Not so brave now, are you?
The vision in your left eye is clouded, such that the figure standing over you is a collection of rough smears of black, cast in silhouette by fire. A dark shape swings toward your face, and the subsequent burst of agony jars you out of the memory and back into your own skin.
What? Did I spill something on myself?
Rayfald looks down at his clothing. Wait, what happened? It wasn't clear. It wasn't a full story. Dang it.
Been 200 years since folks set foot in Durgan's battery. Now you've cracked the place wide open, and with quite the display. Thanks to your help, we just might pull through. You've done a lot.
Renengild shakes your hand. Renengild says, and here, I've been saving this. Some of the last gems we recovered before we had to close the mines. With any luck, we'll have them open again soon. Renengild gives you a small pouch. Gemstones twinkle inside. Arismital asks, so what happens now for Stalwart? Renengild says, now it's up to us to use this opportunity to pull ourselves back together. She folds her arms. She frowns. I'm still not pleased about having Beregan's clans a stone throw from our gates. But I'll have to hope that your deal with her holds. Don't worry, if they attack this place, Arismital will come and take care of them. Just make sure that you always side with Kaidnua. Renengild says, but the best news is Taina used to say she'd forgotten more about mining than the rest of us ever knew, but she's starting to remember it. She lowers her voice. To be honest, I didn't really think anyone could open the battery. It just gave folks something to hope for. But I'm starting to hope. The White Forge could turn things around for us, if we're able to make use of it before some Dirwooden noble stakes a claim out here. Arismital says, I'm glad I could help. Renengild says, so are we. But I'm hoping you'll make use of the White Forge too if you haven't already. She nods at you. After all, it doesn't get much better than Durgan steel. If you can forge some into your existing gear, you'll have a powerful set of equipment in your hands. Arismital says, let's discuss something else.
What's on your mind?
Okay. Consider this an official statement. Give Stalwart's loyalty to Kaidnua and trade with us fairly and side with us if the situation needs you to choose sides. And you will be a friend of Kaidnua. If not, those nobles that try to stake a claim to Whiteforge will be not so much of worry to you, because Aris will be on your doorstep with his army.
You really did it. You found the White Forge. Now to see what it really does for this place.
Uldrik glances at Renengild.
Plenty of work to be done indeed.
Aina rubs her hands briskly together.
Thanks again. I'll be gone just as soon as the weather clears.
Heard the big news. There really isn't anything you can't do, is there? This will do so much for Stalwart. You can see it in everyone's faces. We've got hope again. Hello, sir. Anything I can do for you?
Birthwen says, townsfolk are making some fuss about the battery. Hope you know what you're about, stranger. Hyperic says, so you really found the White Forge, huh? He shakes his head in wonder. Hardly believed it at first, but I've never seen Renengild so giddy about anything. He cracks a crooked grin.
Here, drinks on me. We should see a boost in business with the battery open. Makes for a brighter future than we had yesterday, for sure.
Sagani says, between the service and the weather, I could get used to this place. Don't suppose you've got more lead and key business in the area.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Leanlage says, well, can't go around calling you Ogre Slayer anymore, can I? Forge Master, maybe? He grins. What can I do for you? Leanlage says, is it? Hyperic doesn't like me making a ruckus upstairs, so I get the cellar to myself, provided I don't go digging in his stores. There's a fair bargain, right, lads? We have our fun.
Something I can do for you? Halfrick's got me straightening the rooms, but I'll help you if I can.
Welcome. Have a seat by the fire if the cold's gotten into your bones.
Is it true? Says Iduran. I saw the lights from the battery. Did you really open it? The Orlan clasps his hands in wonder. I can believe it. I was sure I'd never make this route again. But who knows what rarities will come from those holes, Such an exciting time. Iduran's ears perk up hopefully. Have you come to trade?
This is going to be fantastic. Just wait till they hear about this back home.
I must say, I'm impressed.
What?
Does something ail you? Asks Durans. Adesmital says, I have questions I wanted to ask you.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
Adesmital says, I had another vision of you. One of the symbols on your staff, it was dying.
You see many things that aren't there, Watcher. Perhaps the symbol was for your disappearing sanity, and we are to bid it farewell while you still have the wits to grieve for it.
Adesmital asks, I saw a symbol with 12 circles. What does it represent?
That symbol? The Godhammer.
Durans frowns and the words come slowly. Adesmital says, then it was the Godhammer symbol I saw extinguished on your staff.
No riddle there, Watcher. It took 12 of us to build the Godhammer. Afterward, I took my leave of all of them to see what Margaret had in store for me. I've seen none of them since.
Adesmital asks, are you sure there isn't more to that story?
Your kind has a way of interpreting its visions to fit the version of the truth you like best. But Magran's flame leaves no room for interpretation. Waste the time of others with your distortions and your fever dreams.
Durans locks eyes with you, and then they kiss. Arismital says, I know what I saw.
It's always the way of the mad to try to convince others of a reality only they can see. But when your doctrine's the truth, it requires no convincing, only an opening of the eyes. I would purify you, Watcher, if I thought it would help.
Arismital says, I want to ask about something different.
The cost of troubling me seems to worry you little.
Arismital says, tell me about Magran. Duran says, Gods, you are swelling with questions. One would think you were with child, or burning up inside.
What?
Duran says, your face is full of need. Duran snorts. It looks to burst if you didn't speak.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
Arismital says, I wanted to know more about you. Duran's grunts. Arismital says, tell me more about Ashfall. Duran's grunts. You are more curious about it than most of Magran's faithful. Arismital asks, what is the cathedral like? Duran says, massive, beautiful, blessed by the goddess. Flame cannot strike it twice. Duran's eyes travels to his ashen stuff, studying the etchings. Beneath, tunnels and chambers, bellows and fire pits, and many of the faithful looking for a means to bring fire to the world. Duran turns his gaze from the stuff to you. Guns, explosives, alchemy, all of these are our holy symbols, and we are eager to share. Arismital asks, what else can you tell me about Ashfall? Duran says, what more to tell? He frowns, his hand tightening on his staff again, his fingers seeming to sink into the wood. It is one of the greatest fires of Magran, the high seat. Duran shrugs. Some say the blackest, not of evil, but of ash, all that remains after fire has fed. Duran pauses. I called it a cathedral before. That's not the full truth of it. It's more a battlefield. It lies in the heart of the war of the black trees. Its timbers built from the burned forest there. Each timber blessed by fire, and one of Magran's greatest battles. Many of us helped shape the war effort there, with flames and firearms. Arismital says, that stuff of yours seems like your holy symbol. Duran says, keep troubling me, and I may extend the tithe bowl for each question. Enough questions for now. Let the road keep us until the next campfire. Boo.
Aye?
Hmm?
Of course.
Farewell. Your mind comes bearing questions, Watcher.
Arismital says, I wanted to know more about you.
And I. In asking, we reveal ourselves to each other.
Arismital asks, why are you called the Grieving Mother? The air seems to go still for a moment, and time stretches as it did before when the two of you first met. There is a wash of uncertainty from her mind, slowly shaping into question, that swirl and do not coalesce. She does not move. She seems paralyzed, as if you have just wrapped her in a cold blanket.
That is a question for you, not I. That is not my name, although if you wish to hang the title on me, I cannot stop you. Is that what you see when your eyes fall upon me?
Arismital says, "So I named you?" Grieving Mother says, "As a watcher you may see what I do not, or your mind shapes the thoughts I project into a new meaning. There is truth in that title, but it is not all I am." Arismital asks, "So what do you grieve then?" Grieving Mother says, "You must have felt it, seen it. It has as many names as the pain it has caused." As the words take shape, they seem to tumble from her, and the wave is great, rushing into your mind. To your surprise, you feel as if you've been touched by the Bewick again, and behind it, cutting through the torrent like a knife, are the thoughts of the Grieving Mother. Grieving Mother says, "There is a wound cut across the belly of the world, a jagged knife that has stripped the stems from men and carved furrows across the wombs of women." The belly of the world? I thought the White One's legacy only happening in Deerwood and nowhere else. Grieving Mother says, "There is much I have forgotten, but I can feel the wound all around me. It will not let me rest, not let me be. The children have gone silent, yet their voices may be heard again." Arismital asks, "Are you speaking of the Hollowborn?" Grieving Mother says, "The word." There is a slowness of thoughts, as if the word is being weighed, accepted. It doesn't feel natural to her, you can sense it. "Was once unknown to me, as was much of what unfolded in the outside world. When the curse came upon us, I thought it a smaller thing, a thing of communities and hearths." Her thoughts seemed to stumble as if on weak legs. "It was only when I walked did I feel it stretching out around me. In all the cracks of the world, children have been cursed. I do not think it was something they caused, nor something deserved. That which is inside them has been torn away. I do not know how, but this wound must be stitched closed." Why she keep saying the world? It only happens in Deerwood, right? It happens locally. Grieving Mother says, "The world bleeds forth from between a woman's legs. If this blood is not stemmed, the world will die and grow quiet." Arismital asks, "Do you know its cause?" Well, why would Arismital ask this question? Aris knows full well that is the doing of the leaden key. They activate the device in Sliaban Rilag because they have noticed babies with souls are started to be born again, so they activate it to continue the Hollowborn phenomena. There is desperation, a welling fear. You can almost feel her thoughts shivering, and you realize she is as lost as you are on the matter, and then a sudden sharp clarity. Arismital says, "I shall know it through you." No, Grieving Mother says, "I shall know it through you." Your eyes will track the cause, find the path, and I will be beside you. There is no wound that cannot be healed, and if you are truly a watcher, then this wound may be seen for what it is. You saw me where I hid. Whoever's hands have stilled the world, you shall see them too. Arismital asks, "And if there is no way to heal it, what then?" Grieving Mother says, "I will be there, and you will do what must be done. You were given your sight so that you may watch the world, and you will tend it. The children shall have their voice again. If your will is weak, then I shall strengthen it." How? Grieving Mother says, "Lean upon me." You feel a weight in her words, as if her hands are on your shoulders. You feel the question in your mind lose their edge, and become merely words. "As I lean upon you. You shall be my eyes, as I shall be your hands when the time comes. Arismital asks, what do you think of Dirwood and the Empire? Grieving Mother says, those titles are markings on a map and channel people's minds in violent directions. Such things are a threadbare blanket cast over the world where men and women seek more importance than simply being. Arismital asks, how do you see the world then? Grieving Mother says, the world is a field of souls tilled by Berath's will. The thought of cultures and territories do not concern me. The showing and harvest of the field does. Berath's will has slowed, perhaps stopped altogether. Whatever words, titles, laws, and blades not devoted to carving away the harm or healing that wound holds little importance for me. Arismital says, there's something else I would know about you. Grieving Mother says, I welcome your questions. It is a strange sensation after so long. Arismital says, let's continue our journey for now. No, not that. Okay. Grieving Mother says, let your mind speak for you. I shall listen past the words. Arismital asks, can you tell me about the birthing bell?
The birthing bell. It is where I could draw new souls into the world. I recall some of the memory of it through what you have seen, but not all.
All right.
I will wait in the place of your strength.
Zawa is ready. So the dwarves of Durgan's Battery did not destroy themselves after all. They fell to invaders.
Arismital says, it's possible someone survived and escaped this place.
We have discovered things thought to be lost. Their influence may yet persist.
Zahua's eyebrow perks.
But we have seen no invaders, and the battery was shut. Did they come only to destroy the dwarves, and then leave?
Interesting theory, but why?
Zawa is ready. A hopeless battle was waged in Durgan's Battery. They seemed to know that their deaths had come, yet many fought on.
Arismital says, all men fight who fear death. Zahua says, this was not fear, not all of it. Some made a stand, together.
They believed in a cause that would outlive them, and so they stayed true to it. They might have made great Nalpazka warriors, if only they had been born Takan.
What are these Nalpazka and Takan? Is it your homeland and your city?
Zawa is ready. What do you need of Zawa?
Arismital says, I want to know more about your beliefs.
The ways of the Nalpazka can make little sense to an outsider.
Zahua nods. Arismital asks, who are the Nalpazka?
We are the warriors of the Takan. Nobles, peasants, it does not matter. We are souls caged in flesh, nothing more.
Zahua knocks on his sternum.
But it is one thing to say it, another to know it. So we train until we know it. Or until we meet our ends.
Zahua regards you a moment.
I give this answer because it is what you wanted, but the Nalpazka would say different. They would say that we are nothing at all.
Arismital asks, what do the Nalpazka seek? Zahua studies the horizon. He smiles as if at a pleasant thought, and does not look at you as he speaks.
Perfection.
Zahua lets the word hang in the air a moment, as though it were an invocation.
Look around you. The world is perfect. Every being, every moment, every death.
Zahua frowns and shakes his head.
Rarely do we see this. We stumble through life, lost in distractions. Every practice of the Nalpazga is a reminder to stop stumbling, to know the perfection.
Arismital asks, how can you say the world is perfect?
You think the world imperfect? Most would agree. Most would say the world is imperfect because we suffer. They imagine a world without suffering and dream of living there, and suffer all the more for it.
Beneath Zahua's calm expression, a deep fervor begins to glow like a fan embers.
This is their mistake. The world is perfect. It was created by a boundless wisdom. It is for us to learn why a perfect world requires that we suffer.
Arismital says, when we met, you said you were freeing yourself from vanity.
Vanity is a snare that roots us to the ground. The way we see ourselves, the way others see us, these things are not real. They cannot be touched. The Nalpazga teachings reveal many such snares. Fear, pleasure, doubt, hatred. They hold us back if we let ourselves be caught.
Zahua counts them off. Arismital asks, and what happens if you can avoid being caught?
Then you see only what is truly there, and you suffer no longer. You become as a god, seeing things as they do.
Zahua speaks as one recalling a fantastic dream.
If you can loose yourself from the snares, then you are free.
Arismital says, tell me about your scars.
I meet people on the road, and they pity me. I have come to find it endearing. They see so many scars, and they wonder, how can the man beneath not be broken?
Zahua runs his fingers over the puckered remnant of a gash on his left forearm.
A scar is a wound that heals, a living reminder of our power over suffering. They cause no pain, only the echo of pain, which cannot hurt you. Show me a scarred man, and I will show you a man who can overcome.
Arismital asks, why had you eaten snowcap when we met?
The Malkachoa? At any time, it is rare that I have not eaten some. When you first try it, it seems a beautiful fantasy. You see colors you have never seen, meet creatures that are not there. With practice, you see that all it does is show you reality, the essence of all things, how they are alike and connected. I have watched trees grow and wilt before me. I have tasted meat and known the animal's life as if it were mine.
Zahua leans in conspiratorially.
But the Malkachoa often causes the stomach to empty with great violence, so it is not for everyone.
Do you mean diarrhea? Arismital says, tell me again why it is you think we should suffer.
If I did not suffer, I would not aspire to free myself from it. I would wander from one unfulfilling goal to the next. More wealth, a better station. My soul would wither, but to search for a place beyond suffering's reach is to nurture the soul, to harden it against the elements.
Zahua clenches his fists in illustration.
Suffering is the greatest gift the gods have given us, their most beautiful, perfect creation. It is the hand that turns the wheel.
Zahua's eyes gleam as though looking upon an old and beloved friend.
I would gladly cast light upon them.
Arismital says, I want to ask you about something else.
You would ask much of one who knows little.
Arismital asks, where did you learn how to fight?
Most Akan have two choices. They can grow crops, or they can become Nalpazka warriors. I was the youngest of 5, a dreamer. The Nalpazka were always in my thoughts. They did not feel the same about me. 3 times I tried to join their ranks. 3 times I was refused.
Arismital asks, why were you refused?
All that time spent dreaming, and I had not thought to prepare. I was lazy, uncoordinated, overweight. If they had not refused me, what shame I might have brought to them.
Zahua chuckles. Arismital asks, but they accepted you eventually.
They had no choice. Our high priestess had a vision.
Arismital asks, what did she see?
She saw me as chieftain, leading a host of Nalpazka warriors to victory over our enemies, the Quechmatl.
The last word twists Zahua's mouth, as though he'd eaten something spoiled. Quechmatl, what is that?
Our last chieftain had died over the winter. A new one had not yet arisen from the Nalpazka. So the timing was right. The next day they brought me before Ishipilo, the great master of the Nalpazka, and I became his pupil.
Ishipilo. Ishipilo. Arismital asks, and this Ishipilo taught you everything you know now?
I still trained with the other instructors, sparred and meditated with my Nalpazka brothers and sisters. I learned from all of them. But learning from Ishipilo was a chieftain's privilege. He knew the secrets that could grant mastery over reality, invincibility in combat. When a Nalpazka was deemed a worthy successor to a chieftain, greater than all his peers, Ishipilo would take him in, prepare him for the future. I would not be as I am now without his lessons.
Arismital asks, you said your teacher knew how to master reality. Did you learn his secrets? Zahua opens his mouth to speak, but only a slow exhalation escapes. He looks at you, frowning, and tries again.
Not all of them.
Arismital asks, what was it your master never taught you?
When I was brought to him, I knew how unworthy I was. But if he disapproved, he never showed it. In my shame, I gave him everything I had. He tutored me for 7 years, and in that time I became greater than the rest. Then the day came when he was to teach me the final secret of the Anitle. This is the unbeatable warrior all Takan chieftains must become to protect our people. Ishipilo never showed. I found him in his study, meditating, or perhaps staring off. I couldn't say. Master, I said, is it time for me to learn to be the Anitle? Not yet, he said. And that was all.
Zahua's mouth barely moves as he speaks.
He never gave me another lesson. A year later, he was dead of old age. They named me chieftain, anyway.
Arismital says someone else must have been able to teach you.
At any time, 2 people know the secret of becoming the Anitle, the chieftain and the master of the Nalpazka. When Ishipilo died, the knowledge was lost to us forever.
Because the chieftain died first, before Ishipilo died. So the secret was lost? Why would Ishipilo postpone teaching Zahua the secret of the Anitle? Now he's dead, and there's no one to pass it down to, because the knowledge is lost. Such a waste. Arismital says, you seem to have managed in spite of that.
Have I?
Zahua chuckles humorlessly. Arismital says, maybe he was testing you.
I thought so as well. I tried everything. Patience, rage, cleverness, acceptance. Not yet, he would say. Not yet. You would ask much of one who knows little.
Arismital asks, what happened after you became chieftain?
Word of Ishipilo's death spread. Our enemies saw the opportunity. The Ketchmodel chieftain came with gifts to honor my rule. But his real purpose was to look me in the eye, to know if Zawa might be beaten. I looked at him, and I imagined that I was the Anitle, free of all the worldly snares, that my master had taught me everything.
Zahua's mouth tightens.
When he turned to leave, I saw he wore a secret smile, and I knew I had failed. 3 days later, they attacked. They were many times greater than our numbers. They had been trying to conquer us for generations, and the Takan chieftain had always sent them running. The power of the Anitle.
Zahua shakes his head.
In my heart, I knew we would lose, and it would be because I was not the Anitle.
Arismital asks, what did you do?
What we had always done. I gathered my Nalpazga warriors and led a charge into the belly of their army. The Nalpazga believed Zawa was the Anitle, and it gave them strength. For their sakes, for Takan, I believed it too. My mind found a place it had never reached before. I could see my enemies' moves before they made them. I could see my own actions in front of me, the path to victory. I did as I saw, and the Ketchmodel fell in heaps. And then the Ketchmodel chieftain came to face me, and he knew Zawa was not the Anitle. When I saw him, I knew it too. I hesitated. My enemies fell upon me. One by one, the Nalpazga were defeated, and Takan was conquered.
Arismital asks, what became of your people? Zahua takes a slow breath.
Of the men, they made slaves. Of the women, they made wives. Their way is to absorb the conquered, make them forget themselves. Word of Ishipilo's death spread. The Ketchmodel chief, I looked at him. When he turned, they were many times in my heart. I knew we would lose. And what we had always, the Nalpazga believed, my mind found a place. I could see my own action. And then the Ketchmodel chieftain came to face. I hesitated. Of the men, their way is to absorb the conquered, make them forget themselves.
Arismital asks, if Ketchmodel defeated you, how did you survive?
They take you alive if you are a chieftain. They break your body and your spirit. Then they show you to their people, and to yours, broken. After that, they cut off your head so that they may drink your soul from it.
Zahua flicks his fingertips casually across his throat. Wait, the Ketchmodel are soul drinkers? They absorb souls? Arismital asks, but you got out of it.
Oh no, they did all of those things to me.
Zahua laughs.
They flayed me until my screams became whispers, until I no longer knew who I was, and my only hope was to die soon.
Wait, Zahua got flayed alive? Wow, that was torturous, must be.
But they didn't stop, and that was their mistake. In my lowest moment, I released my grip on many worldly things I had come to embrace since my master's death. The pain made the world clear again. They brought me out to be executed, not knowing any better. They swung the machete down upon my neck, but it would not cleave.
Zahua mimes the interrupted swing. Wait, if the Ketchmodel flayed Zahua, why does Zahua still have skin? He should be skinless, right? He got flayed.
Each hack of the knife brought great pain, and the pain showed me glimpses of pure truth. For a moment at a time, I was the Anitle. I broke my bonds by seeing beyond them. I slew my executioner by knowing I would slay him.
Arismital asks, were you able to free your people after that? All at once, Zahua seems to deflate.
No. When the pain faded, so did my enlightenment. But it was enough to make my escape. I swore to return when my soul was ready to defeat the Ketchmotl. When I had rediscovered my master's lost secrets.
Arismital says, you said you swore to return to liberate your people. Did you ever free them?
No. I searched my empty homeland for any trace of Ishipilo's knowledge, but I knew he had left none. It would have been too dangerous. When that failed, I began searching the land to see if knowledge of the Anitle had come from abroad. I visited temples and monasteries. All the while, Zawa was trying to find the answer within himself as well. Meditation, Malkachoa, 1,000 practices he had learned as Nalpazga or dreamed on his own. He becomes nearer to the Anitle every day, but his soul is not free. He is not the Anitle.
Arismital asks, why not try to free them anyway if you're close?
The final step is the difference between invincibility and certain failure. Ketchmotl has only grown over time, swallowed all its rivals. It would take no less than the Anitle to free and protect the Takan now.
Arismital asks, what if you die without rediscovering your master's knowledge?
Then the Takan will be no worse off than they are now. But they do deserve better.
Arismital asks, is there any way I can help? Zahua says, perhaps there is. In my journey to Stalwart, I passed through a place that put my soul on edge. I don't know what it was about the place, but I had intended to return there after I had fulfilled my pledge to Stalwart's mayor. If I remember correctly, this pledge must be referring to reactivating the White Forge. At least that's the impression I got when I first met Zahua and spoke with him. Arismital, no. Zahua says, the answers I search for now are of the soul, and such resonance should not be ignored. I believe the locals call the place Whitestone Hollow. It lies east of Stalwart. I would return there and explore its energy, if we should pass that way.
You would ask much of one who knows little.
Arismital asks, tell me about your home.
We hail from the same place, do we not? At least to outsiders who do not understand how vast Ishimitl is, how different from one moment to the next.
So the Takan... Okay, so he's from Ishimitl, same as Arismital. Hey fellow Ishimitl.
The Ishimitl the Takan know is rich in soil and water. The crops seem to grow in front of you. We build our homes along the Aki River, and it is good to us. Though every so often it floods, so the Takan do not forget their suffering. It would not be the rainy season without my neighbor Esley swimming after his escaped goats and nearly drowning.
The mirth on Zahua's face buries itself suddenly, as though evading capture.
But home is an idea, no more real than justice or honor. My home is here now, wherever I stand.
Arismital asks, what were you doing before you came here?
I hope to share knowledge with the monks of the 1,000 Dreams. Their monastery lies east of here.
Monks of the 1,000 Dreams.
They are said to be seekers of greater truth, like the Nalpazga. But if they still exist, I did not find them there.
Arismital says, let's keep moving.
Very well.
Alright, so this cursed weapon. The other verses may hold the key to removing the curse. Find a whirling agent of copper, adra, and stone. A new verse appeared after the blade was drawn. It reads, seek the whirling agent made of copper, adra, stone. Awaken first your essence so that you may atone. I think it is the first step in removing the curse. Awaken first your essence. Arismital's awakening. An agent made of... Wait, I need to go to the toilet. Okay, where was I? Seek the whirling agent made of copper, adra, stone. Awaken first your essence so that you may atone. Okay, so Arismital's awakening, Copper, adra, stone.
Indeed.
The S-Stock seems to hum as it nears the Engwithan machine. Something arcs between the steel blade and the Adra core of the ancient device. The voices in the S-Stock grow quieter, and the weapon feels more powerful. New writing appears along the blade. New verses ablaze from the metal. They read, find the sun-kissed hillocks, where the dead folks sleep. Rest beside their wasting flesh. Inspect what dreams you reap. Hillocks. I'll keep an eye on things here, says the Justiciar. Okay, be careful. Well, I mean, even if the device is destroyed, there might be some leftovers undead, so be careful, okay? As you sleep, you are buoyed and buffeted by the vagaries of dreams. They tumble and thrash about you and fill your mind's eye with pale, glittering motes. They resolve into a light snowfall and a biting northerly wind. You recognize the mountains of the White March rising around you, and you shiver. You see Stalwart a few miles away, quiet and still but for a few curling streams of smoke, rising from the chimneys. Durgan's battery is perched above it, its shadow stretching into the valley. Above it all you hear a deep, slow rhythm. At first, it sounds like a distant drumming, but then it grows louder, cracking through the dry air and booming from the mountain peaks. It builds until you feel it reverberating beneath your feet. Watch and listen. Each thud comes louder and faster than the next. Thunder echoes from the mountaintops as great sheets of ice and snow tumble down the slopes. But the rhythm keeps building, shattering frozen lakes like crystal saucers. New ravines split through the mountains as old chasms fill with snow and scree. A rock slide buries Stalwart, and Durgan's battery is shaken into rubble. Shadows rise over the mountains, the vanguard of a massive army. You flee. You tumble from the foothills and bound across the deerwood, feeling the rumble of the advancing army all the while. Barricade yourself in Kait Nua. Kait Nua rises from the forest, its mended walls reaching out to you like a pair of strong arms. You barricade yourself within the great hall as the pounding grows closer still. It rattles the foundations of the great keep, and just as the masonry begins shaking loose, you hear an unholy battle cry coming from your courtyard. The ceiling collapses and sends a cascade of bricks and beams onto your head. You struggle to wakefulness, kicking at the bedding knotted around your legs. As you shake free of the last bonds of sleep, you hear a voice whisper something in a language you've never heard, and you see an image of 100 shifting, staring eyes. Creepy. You awaken feverishly warm and covered in sweat. Seek information about the army in Stalwart. The loamy soil squishes underfoot, and something invisible seems to rise from it. You detect essence, faint and barely perceptible, drifting up from the graveyard. The grey slipper seems to feed on it, and the strange voices grow quieter still. Another verse gleams in the steel. The final part of the poem shines along the blade. Fingers of the world, Adra strong and whole, kneel before the pillars, bring order to your soul. Fingers of the world, Adra strong and whole, kneel before the pillars, bring order to your soul. Adra, pillars. Adra, pillars. Wait, Ikanta's gone? Did the Crucible Knights have finished with their clearing up of this district? Did Ikantha manage to escape, or did she fell under the blade of the Crucible Knights? Or, after the destruction of the device, maybe is merely about time, that one day the undead just cease to exist and die. Perhaps.
Amazing. You could fit a whole village in here.
A deep and mighty power emanates from the Adra pillars. It resonates in the grey slipper. Kneel. As you kneel, the voices in the grey slipper reach a low, peaceful harmony. A final surge of energy fills the blade, and the voices fall silent. You feel the curse snap like rotten cord. All right. The quest. They who woke the stars, the Glanfathan astronomers who predicted the Lover's Tide that destroyed Ondra's gift, took many of their instruments and notes and hid them out of fear that they might be captured by Idyrans. Decades after the war, the tribes recovered the astronomers' work. Unfortunately, all of the original astronomers had died, and much of their writing was penned in an unknown cipher. 2 Vailian dukes have offered a reward for anyone who can help crack the cipher for the Glanfathans. The tribes are reluctant to let anyone look at the notes, but believe it would be better to share their knowledge than let it remain a secret. Interesting. They would rather share the secret than to not know what the secret is. All right.
Hail and well met.
Amazing. You could fit a whole village in here. Farewell. Lead the way.
Maniha says, what you got for me? Arismital asks, how did you end up in Stalwart? Maniha says, the other gift bearers told me Stalwart was close to the abbey, so they suggested I ask for direction in town. Arismital asks, you mean the other gift bearers don't know where the abbey is? Maniha says, like I said, it's one of Ondra's most ancient temples, and her followers aren't really known for their records keeping. Arismital says, you're not exactly dressed for the weather. Maniha says, well, Ishamital's flat as platter. So when the gift bearers told me Stalwart was way up in the mountains, I thought they were exaggerating. Maniha shrugs. So Maniha is from Ishamital, like Arismital. Hello, fellow Ishamital. Maniha says, anyway, I hate packing. Arismital says, I see. Maniha says, always happy to chat. Arismital asks, why did you become a gift bearer? Maniha says, I guess I like wandering and meeting new folks. I've never been good at staying in one place for long. Maniha shrugs. Arismital says, I have questions about the Abbey of the Fallen Moon. Maniha says, me too. She glances at her boots. Arismital asks, what are you looking? Why are you looking for the Abbey?
I'm a gift bearer. My job is to gather tokens of things people want forgotten and surrender them to the Lady of Lament. Best place to do that is the Abbey of the Fallen Moon.
Arismital asks, what kinds of tokens do you take?
Anything that represents a moment or a memory someone wishes to leave behind. Well, love notes, awkward family heirlooms, bad poetry, the kinds of things you want to forget.
Arismital asks, gift bearers usually dispose of tokens in the sea. Why are you going to the Abbey?
Well, you throw some things into the sea and maybe they wash up on shore one day. But you want something really good and forgotten, you take it to the Abbey.
Maniha nods. Adair stares at Durance with a half-crazed look in his eyes, scratching his beard in contemplation. His smile broadens as he thinks, now I understand. Earlier I am confused by this narration, but now I understand. I think Durance was thinking about asking Maniha to throw something of his that he wants to forget. Maybe his stuff? I don't know. But why would he want to forget about his stuff? Well, my theory is, judging from our conversations with Durance, it seems that he regretted the usage of the god hammer, or something like that. Arismital asks, So what are you taking to the Abbey now?
The Abbey's all about forgetting. Wouldn't be much forgetting if I told you about it, would there?
Cheeky. Maneha gives you a sly grin. Her smile falters briefly. Oh, I see. Always happy to chat. Arismital says, tell me about yourself. Maneha says, where to begin? I spent almost 10 years as a mercenary in Old Valia. Plenty of work there. Maneha tilts her head up and starts counting items off on her fingers. After that, I fought with pirates in the Dead Fire, or for them, depending on who was paying. Did a short stint in the White Dead Wens, then roam around the Living Lands, and finally joined the gift bearers in Ishamitel. And here I am, Maneha grins. Arismital says, actually, I was asking about where you came from before your adventures. Maneha says, not much to tell. She waves a hand and looks away quickly. Grew up in Rawatai, left when I was still pretty young and haven't been back since. Arismital asks, why not? Maneha says, oh, you know, spent almost 20 years there. Change of scenery is good, right? Maneha gives you a breezy smile, but it looks forced. Arismital says, I see. Maneha says, better to look forward than back, that's what I always say. Arismital asks, why so much travel? Maneha says, guess staying in one place never much suited me. Arismital asks, and you gave up soldiering, piracy, and adventuring to join Ondra's gift bearers? Maneha laughs. Still plenty of adventures, just different circumstances. Arismital says, I have questions about some of the lands you visited. Maneha says, I'm always up for war stories. Arismital asks, what was Old Valia like? Maneha says, grand, a skirmish every day, and a feast at another Comte or Marcheso's keep every night. Those were good, carefree days. Did you get laid? Sorry, never mind the question. Arismital says, tell me about the Dead Fire Archipelago. Maneha says, dangerous. You got pirates and sea monsters. And don't even get me started on the merchants. I had a good run there, but I got tired of trying to keep track of who had a knife pointed at my back. Arismital asks, what were your experiences in the White Dead Wens? Maneha says, short, that place is too cold for anything but living. Arismital says, I'm curious about the Living Lands. Maneha laughs. Most folk are, even after 10 years there. Feels like I just saw the edges of the place. Maneha says you can start the day in a desert and find yourself in the middle of a jungle by nightfall. Oh, diverse ecosystems? Extreme diverse ecosystems, perhaps. Maneha continues. Everything there is just a little wilder, goes for the folk as well as the creatures. Part of me misses it still. But you wake up every day knowing it might be your last. I stayed lucky longer than anyone has a right to expect. What about Ishamitel? Why there's no option to ask about Ishamitel? Is it because Aris is from there? Still, I want to know. Arismital says, that's all I wanted to know. Maneha says, something else on your mind? Arismital says, that's all for now.
Lead the way.
Your party is considered high level for the contents in the White March Part 2. If you would like, The critical path can be increased in difficulty to give you more of a challenge. The rewards you receive will be the same regardless of the option you choose. Your choice cannot be changed once it has been selected. High level. I hope I won't regret this.
Of course.
While we wait, the enemy grows stronger.
And you'd send more of us to die!
Well, I'm not gonna stand around. Are you?
You've done plenty, Darian!
You approach the source of the commotion and see a throng of villagers. They're arguing amongst themselves and hurling questions and demand at the lone figure perched above them. A young man stands on a spur of rock, his clenched fist held aloft. Steam rises from his wild hair and flushed face as he shouts to the gathering.
Been a week since our people left these gates. A week since the iron flail took them.
Darian paces the outcropping, his eyes burning. You see a few scattered knots in the crowd. What is this iron flail this Darian talks about? And what gates is he referring to?
Yet we wait here behind our sturdy new walls, hiding in our rebuilt homes. We've done nothing.
Darian brings his fist into his palm with a sharp smack. The crowd erupts, bristling with pointed fingers and pointed words. One woman steps forward, her eyes lock on the young man. Wait, is Darian and these people came from another village, not from Stalwart?
Who are you to tell us how to defend our own? You ain't been here 2 months!
Several of the others grunt and hoot. You feel a shift in the crowd like a changing tide. Okay, so yeah, Darian is from another village, I guess, because the woman said, "You ain't been here 2 months." Yeah, so Darian is from another village, I think.
Hey, an angry mob! See? We're not so far from home.
And since I got here, I've been working alongside the rest of you. Don't start with that again.
A handful of others nod along with Darian, but they cringe and flinch as another villager joins the fray, shaking his finger at the young orator.
Well, it was your idea to send our people to that damned fort in the first place! If it weren't for you and the other leeches that come up with you, we wouldn't be in this mess!
The new accuser raises a chorus of furious cries. Darian raises his hands for calm, but the crowd's wrath is snowballing. Okay, so Darian and his people, whoever they are, came from a different place, came to Stalwart, and then they planted an idea in the people of Stalwart to send men into the fort, whatever this fort is. And I think whatever happens there, and whatever they're trying to do, backfires. And hence why the villagers of Stalwart are angry at Darian. Arismital continues listening.
Enough! Enough!
Darian waves for calm, but the crowd has worked itself into a frenzy. He scans the assembly, beads of sweat rolling from his temples. His eyes fall on you and he points.
You want to boot all the Outlanders from your town? Tell that to the hero of the White Forge!
Wait, how does he know that Aris is the hero of the White Forge?
Hey, it wasn't just me. This Watcher deserves at least a little credit.
No one seems to notice Eder. Darian was talking about Aris, not you. A dozen heads turn in your direction. The villagers recognize you, and their eyes widen with hope and reverence. Wait, how is it there's an option number 1? Aris asking about the fort near the battery. What fort? We've been to the battery. There's no fort near there. Only Galvino's cabin. What fort? Okay, Aris Mittal needs to maintain appearance. So he's going to choose number 4. Aris Mittal says, "Relax. I'm here to help," with a benevolent voice.
Then you know about the Iron Flail. You'll stop them?
The other villagers whisper and cluck, their hopes still diluted by fear. Wait, Iron Flail? Aris Mittal knows no such thing. What is this Iron Flail?
Showed up a few weeks after you opened the battery. Demanded we give him the White Forge.
Darien avoids your gaze, scraping his boot against a rock. Iron Flail? Is it a mercenary band, like the Torn Banner?
They're led by Adarik Sendamir. Comes from an old Rayed Saren family. The rumor has it the man's half mad with visions. Claims one drove him here to take the White Forge.
Wait, a Rayed Saren by the name of Adarik Sendamir? According to Renengild, Stalwart falls under the jurisdiction of Dirwood. If this Rayed Saren guy is sending his army to Stalwart, this is an act of war. Shouldn't the Duke, or whoever is replacing the Duke now, be informed about this act of war by the neighboring country? And again, why is it that there's no Dirwooden army in this place? I thought that it is common sense for every nation to have their borders patrolled with their soldiers. If this Rayed Saren guy is marching with this Iron Flail, there should be soldiers at the border noticing it. At least, if they're not there to fight the invaders. That means whoever is in charge of Dirwood, whether it's the Duke or the Thynes or the Earls, they really don't care about Stalwart anymore. They don't even care to put sentries or guards at the border to observe and secure the border. Stalwart is really left to their own devices by the Duke, the Earls, and the Thynes. Only Aris Mittal so far shows care. That's it. I expect absolute loyalty by the people of Stalwart towards Thyne, Aris Mittal, and Kaitnua. Aris Mittal will not settle for less.
They're not the only bloodsuckers around here.
The villager glares up at Darien, but most of his fellows are ignoring him by now. Darien raises his voice above the ruckus.
Our crew at the battery locked their doors and told the Iron Flail to go back to Rayed Saras.
See? Back to Rayed Saras? This is an act of invasion. And no one in the ruling class of Dirwood cares about this. So much that they don't care that the villagers are left to their own devices to fight this Rayed Saren army. My goodness. My goodness. Only Aris Mittal so far cares about the plight of Stalwart.
Instead, they built a fort in the middle of the wood. So we sent a committee to reason with them. But that was a week ago. We haven't seen our people since.
A low rumble ripples through the crowd and Darien hesitates.
That can only mean one thing.
Darien grimaces as the frightened arguing crowd drowns him out once more. What is this option number 3? What is this silly option? Can't you share the White Forge with the Red Serans? My god, Aris, you are the Thine of Kaitnua. You are part of Deerwood now. Or at least half part of Deerwood, since you came from a noble family in Ishamitel. Are you seriously okay and willing to share this crucial resource that is White Forge with another country? What the heck were you thinking to have option number 3 lingering in your mind? Sometimes I wonder. Or maybe I can choose number 2, right? If Aris can convince the villagers to give up the White Forge, then Aris can swoop in, take over the White Forge for himself. And if the villagers demanded the White Forge to be returned to Stalwart, Aris Mittal can just simply say, "Why? I'm the one who take over the White Forge. You have abandoned your claim to White Forge, now I lay claim on White Forge." And it's technically correct. If the villagers abandoned White Forge willingly, and then Aris Mittal came swooping in and take over White Forge, then it's technically, then Aris is justified in staking a claim over White Forge. What should I choose? Well, what would Aris Mittal do? Aris Mittal is driven by profit motive. So I think he would choose number 2. But there is also a reason for option number 1. If the villagers succeeded in repelling these Red Serans, Aris Mittal can just let the villagers, manage White Forge, and Aris Mittal can just and Aris Mittal doesn't need to commit his own workers to run White Forge, and just lay back, sit back, and expect Stalwart to give fair prices for Kaitnua in regards to trade. Or maybe Aris Mittal can demand some kind of tithe in the form of Durgan steel, perhaps. That way he doesn't need to spend a lot of money in order to run the White Forge himself. He could just rely on the villagers of Stalwart to run White Forge while still benefiting from being the savior of Stalwart, and he can then demand lower prices for trade with Stalwart, especially when it comes to Durgan steel, right? And he doesn't need to spend money to mobilize his own people to work at White Forge. Yeah, I think option number 1 is also profitable for Aris Mittal and Kaitnua. The question is, does Aris Mittal have enough people from his region, from the region of Kaitnua, to be sent to White Forge to run White Forge? If Aris Mittal have a surplus of people, and many of them have no jobs, then Aris Mittal can easily use these people to run White Forge without the villagers of Stalwart. But if Aris Mittal doesn't have the required population surplus to send to White March to run White Forge, then option number 1 is the logical choice. But there's nothing so far in this game that tells me whether Aris Mittal have a surplus population or not. So I will err on the safe side I will assume Kaitnua doesn't really have that many people to send some of them to run White Forge. So Aris Mittal needs the people of Stalwart to run White Forge to benefit from them as the savior of Stalwart. Okay, so Aris Mittal is going to choose number 1. Aris Mittal says, he's right, you've got to defend what's yours.
We're just miners and fisher folk.
Panic surges from the crowd.
Send Darian and the rest of the newcomers. Let them earn their keep.
Okay, where does Darian and the others came from?
We've cleared your roads and repaired this town. What more do we have to prove?
Cries of agreement and protest boil up from the crowd.
Please, everyone!
In the fragile silence that follows, the others turn and look at Darian.
Whatever our difference is, we've got to deal with the army at our gates.
Darian looks back at you.
You've done a lot for Stalwart already. Many of us wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you.
Yeah, and you better remember it. Remember that. Till the day you die, and you better tell your offsprings about it. You all owe Aris Mittal, the Thine of Kaitnua. Darian breaks off, looking as if he'd like to stuff his words back into his mouth. After an uneasy pause, he swallows and continues.
What I mean is, if anyone could deal with an army, it's you.
I think it's better for Aris Mittal to not promise anything, you know? So he'll just choose number 3. He's not promising anything. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't strike a deal. Aris Mittal says, just show me where the fort is.
The Iron Flail cleared a patch of forest north of Durgan's battery, built their fort there.
Darian nods.
It'll be well guarded, so if you can get in without raising an alarm, you may have an easier time of it. The important thing is to deal with the commander. If you can get rid of him, the rest of the soldiers will scatter.
Aris Mittal says, I think I've dreamed about this army.
What exactly did you see?
Darian watches you with wide wondering eyes. A murmur ripples through the crowd. If I be honest, if Aris Mittal answer honestly with option number 1, it might scare the citizens of Stalwart and they will flee. And there's no one left to run White Forge in case these invaders can be repelled. Aris Mittal says the dream was unclear.
Of course. We're just thankful this dream led you back.
Yep, and Aris Mittal is thankful for this opportunity.
Anyway, we've got our work cut out for us here.
Darian gives the crowd a purposeful look. Grumbling, they start to disperse.
While you're out, stop by the battery. Wangra and her team are still repairing the heavy cannons, but they've made a lot of progress elsewhere. Thought you might like to see how far it's come.
Darian shrugs. Aris Mittal says, I wanted to ask you about something.
Haven't been here long, but I'll tell you what I can.
Darian shrugs. Tell me about the Iron Flail, says Aris Mittal.
They heard about the White Forge and came running, just like a lot of us did. Only difference is, they brought siege weapons. As best anyone can tell, they're from the border region near Little Bend, one of the poorest parts of the country. For Raid Ceres, well, that's saying something.
Why? Why is it that for Raid Ceres that's saying something, Aris Mittal asks, what brought you to Stalwart?
Work. I was a cobbler in New Yarma, but the city got more crowded every year. Rural types fleeing the legacy.
City called New Yarma. Is it part of Deerwood?
A couple months ago, I heard Stalwart was offering land and opportunity to new settlers, so figured I'd give it a go out here. For a while, folks seemed glad to have some new blood. But that changed as more and more of us came.
Yeah, of course. The more people come, the less that each one will have their share. Arismital says, there seems to be a lot of tension around town.
Before you opened Durgan's Battery, people tell me Stalwart barely had enough warm bodies to keep the town running.
Darian laughs humorlessly.
A bunch of us came when we heard about the White Forge, but now, I think the old-timers would just as soon send us back.
Darian begins ticking items off on his fingers.
We take the best jobs, we don't pay our respects to Andra, we're overcrowding the town.
Well, Darian shakes his head. Well, you realize why the villagers don't like you then? You take the best jobs, you don't pay respects to Ondra, the deity that the villagers adhere to, and you guys are overcrowding the town. Yeah, I guess you're right.
I get it. Stalwart's changing. Same thing happened in New Yarma when folk moved in from the countryside. But they can't keep blaming us for everything that goes wrong out here.
Darian sighs, and a steaming cloud escapes his lips.
I'm just hoping they'll calm down once the iron flail is gone.
Arismital says that's all. Where is Renengild? What is she doing? Where is she? She's the mayor, right? She should take control of the situation. Yeah, Renengild should be here, taking control of the situation. But she's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
The Iron Flail has folk up in arms about foreigners, and not just Raid Sarens. I'm hoping everyone will settle down once they're dealt with.
Darian gives you a tight frown. Arismital says farewell. Villager says, ever thought of settling down here? Who are they speaking to? I wish folk here would give Darian a chance. Only a matter of time before the locals start blaming us for the cold. Oh, so these people are with Darian. Do they came from New Yarma, same as Darian, or they came from different places? I heard there was work in Stalwart, but the locals don't seem to like us. Well, maybe you're taking the jobs, that's why they don't like you? It's not like the locals have an abundance of jobs, I guess. They were dying previously, before White Forge was reactivated. How can you understand a word people here say, says the villager. Pleasure to see you. Likewise. Well, I can't really blame these newcomers. According to Darian, if he's telling the truth, after the White Forge is reactivated, Stalwart offers new lands, new plot of lands for settlers, right? So it was Stalwart itself that invited newcomers. If they don't want newcomers, they shouldn't have given the offer in the first place. So it was Renengild who made this offer for new settlers to come in. What was she thinking? Could she not predict this situation where there will be friction between the locals and the newcomers? I mean, if she thinks it's the right thing to do, she should have prepared and anticipate this kind of situation and took care of it before it grows this big. I mean, there has to be a system or something that Renengild impose or some kind of a policy that makes sure that there's no friction between the locals and the newcomers. If Renengild just invite newcomers without thinking of any way or system or policy to prevent the friction, then she's just creating her own problems in Stalwart when there was none, right? Renengild says, if it isn't the hero of the White Forge. Renengild nods in greeting. She looks more relaxed than you've ever seen her. You come back to check on your handiwork? Or are you just here to wish me a happy retirement? What the She created a policy to invite newcomers, new settlers into this place, and then after that, she retired. What? She's trying to wash her hands of this problem that she's created in the first place? Arismital asks, why did you retire? Renengild stretches. I've had enough of politics and town quarrels for this lifetime. So when Tarafos told me he was tired of the mines, I asked if he was ready to really get his hands dirty. Renengild smiles, almost feels sorry for the guy. Okay, so the new mayor is Tarafos. Okay, my new question is, was it Tarafos or was it Renengild who initiated the policy of inviting new settlers to Stalwart? Wait, where is her son, Uldrik?
Hey there. Let me know if you need anything.
Arismital says, I had some questions.
Sure, ask away. Not sure what I can tell you, though. I haven't been here half as long as most.
Arismital asks, wait, why is there question number 2? Arismital have met Rayfald. Why is Aris asking about number 2? What the heck? Is this a mistake in the writing? Arismital asks, what can you tell me about Stalwart?
Truth is, I couldn't care less about the town, or the mines. But I like the people. Hardy bunch, living up here in the cold. Shame most of them have packed up. Figure they deserve better. And, well, you've given them a chance at that. So, you know, thanks for what that's worth.
Even Rayfald remembers Arismital. But with question number 2, it seems Aris doesn't remember Rayfald. Arismital asks, who are you?
Me? Well, I used to build houses. These days I do this and that. Get work at the fishery sometimes, mending nets. Right now I'm helping with the stockades. The ogres keep us busy. I'm from Ina's Rest originally. Not so far from your Cadnua, actually. A little ways east. Nice lake nearby. A little like the one here.
From Ina's Rest. I wonder if this Ina's Rest is under the jurisdiction of Cadnua.
I heard some business went down with Lord Radric. Might have ended up tithing to you instead if I were still there, my lord.
Rayfald cracks a grin. Oh, so Rayfald wants to give a tithe to Thine Arismital of Cadnua. Well, yes. But are you in a position to change Ina's Rest allegiance to whatever it is now, to Cadnua? If you are, then you are more than welcome to change your allegiance to Cadnua and Thine Arismital. Aris says, that's all the questions I had.
Right. Anything else then? Hey there. Let me know if you need anything. Take care.
Bart says, Waingra won't get the battery cannons working. They've been frozen solid for centuries. Ever thought of settling down here? No. I'm the Lord of Cadnua. I have my responsibilities.
Thanks again. I'll be gone just as soon as the weather clears.
Andres says, hey, you're back. Thought you were done with this place. Birthwen says, we certainly thought we were. Andres says, turns out, New Heomar's a bit of a piece heap. Birthwen says, well, that and Stalwart turned out to not be so bad after a while. Andres says, you know, armies scuffling over the battery aside. Aris asks, still playing games? Andres says, you get to enjoying the simple things up here. Birthwen says, not that the practice has done him any good.
Hello, sir. Anything I can do for you?
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you? Nothing like a pint to take the...
Please, someone has to do something. Piss off, Kern. I got enough problems.
Villager says, maybe we can bring Stalwart around after all, now that the battery is open. He is hoping the White Forge brings us some proper business. we'll finally get good roads and something to eat besides fish. Why? Fish is good. Got a joke for us? This place could use some merriment. Who is this Kern? Kern says, decades I've lived here. We've worked hard and drunk together, and not one of them will lift a finger. This dwarf's face is damp and blotchy. His outburst seems to take something out of him. He sags, his lined features showing his exhaustion. Kern says, I'm sorry, I've no heart for conversation. I'm sure someone in here will drink to your health. Arismital says, maybe I can help. Kern looks up at you, surprised. He looks around the inn and then steps closer, tone quiet and urgent. Kern says, I've done something terrible, and I'm not sure I can fix things. This neighbor of mine, Hadi, we've never gotten on at the best of times. With this land dispute losing half of my property, things have gotten out of hand. Arismital says, go on. Kern says, I was drowning my sorrows here in the inn. There was a stranger, Sevestin, obviously from out of town. We got to talking. He's all smiles, says he's a paladin, that he'll sort Hadi out for me, get my land back, if I give him the week's wages. I didn't know he was a bleak walker, a madman. I was half drunk, thought Sevestin meant he'd speak on my behalf. Put a scare into Hadi, not kill him. I think I've read about the bleak walker from the character creation. If you choose the paladin class, you can choose what kind of paladin are you. Gold-pack knights, kind wayfarer. I think one of them is a bleak walker. I think from the description of the bleak walker, from the description of the bleak walker, it was said that lords only hire bleak walkers as a last resort, because once they are hired to do their job, they won't stop until the job is done, even if the lord who hires them calls them back or order them to stay down. They wouldn't do that. That's why they are always a last resort, according to the explanation given in the character creation menu. So this guy unknowingly hired a bleak walker. Ah, that's a mistake, right? Karen says, I tried to call him off once I realized he left. Said that doesn't happen. Please, you've got to help me. Nobody else here is willing to take him on, even for the coin I'm offering. Arismital asks, what do you want me to do? Karen says, stop that maniac, and Hadi, make sure he's safe, his family too. Arismital says, I have some questions. Karen says, I'll tell you anything if it will help. What do you want to know? Arismital asks, what's a bleak walker? Karen says, I ask around. As far as I understand, their orders think brutality is the best way to ensure peace. They don't negotiate and they don't give quarter. Once they've been ordered to clear someplace out, they don't stop until they're done, and they don't change their minds. Kana says, things tend to go downhill in a hurry once the bleak walkers turn up. Karen says, they just have to turn up half the time. They get paid to stand there and be a threat. I don't understand why Sevestin is doing this. Arismital says, seems like a petty contract for a paladin. Karen says, I never even knew there was a contract. How can that be right? Arismital asks, did Sevestin not tell you he was a bleak walker? Karen says not at first, not until it was too late. I guess I'd had a few drinks, but I think I'd remember if he had announced it. Arismital asks where's Sevestin now. Karen says he must be headed out to Hades by now. He stuck around here for a few days after we talked, to gloat I think, or to wait for someone, but he's left. Arismital says that's all the questions I had. Arismital asks, wait, you hired a man to kill Hadi? Karen says never to kill him. I was angry, drunk. Hades nearly ruined me. That doesn't mean I want his family dead. Okay, Aris will not make any promises. Aris says, I'll see what I can do. Karen says, thank you. It's all I'm asking. You're the first one to so much as try. Hadi lives out east, in Whitestone Hollow. Please hurry. Karen says, I never meant for any of this to happen. Aris says farewell.
Something I can do for you? Halfrick's got me straightening the rooms, but I'll help you if I can.
Leonlech says, what's the word? Aris says farewell. Let me check up on Thirsch, Taina, and then I'll check up on Ista. I guess Okrun left. Who else that I can speak to in this place? Yeah, where's Uldrik? Is he working at the battery now?
Welcome. Have a seat by the fire if the cold's gotten into your bones.
Okay, where is this Tarfos fella, Tarfos fella? Where are you? The villager says, mark my words, rededicating Ondra's temple to Abidon was a mistake. Oh, They used the Ondra's temple to dedicate it to Abidon now? So they have new priests then? Let's check it out.
Plenty of work to be done indeed.
Ammon's Emporium. Huh? So this is not Katie's house? Interesting. Ammon's Emporium.
Would I interest you in a new blade?
Ever thought of settling down here? Says a villager. I can't understand why people think we're to blame for the Red Seran army. Oh, this guy must be from New Yarma or some other place. Well met. Ever thought of settling down here? Cheap perfumes line the bottom shelf. This looks like Stalwart from the road to Deerwood. You can see your own reflection in these shields. These identical Abidon figurines are all of equally poor quality. Hammon. The shopkeeper's clothes seem a little nicer, if not terribly warm, compared to what you've seen around Stalwart. His hair is immaculately koi-fed, and his rosy cheeks looks like they've barely been touched by the mountain winds. So a newcomer? Hammon says, welcome, welcome. I've got arms and armor, all top quality, or perhaps you'd like to see potions? Always a pleasure to meet respectable company out here anyway. Aris Mittal says, show me what you have for sale. Hammon says, how may I be of service? Hammon gives you the broad, gleaming smile of a born salesman. Villager says, if you're looking for Mila, tell Royce I haven't seen her. Someone needs to keep a better eye on that girl. Who is this Mila and Royce? The Abidonians took over Ondra's temple. Stalwart needs skilled smiths more than ever. Darian's from New Yarma. What does he know about our problems? Tarfos isn't a bad mayor, but I like having Renengild in charge. You seen Kern? He looked upset. Things were better under Renengild. Well met. I heard there's been a murder in the mines. Oh, complications. I grew up in Stalwart, but it feels like I hardly know the place now. Because of the new settlers? Well, who is responsible for that? Renengild or Tarfos? Judging from what the villagers say, he said that things are better under Renengild. I'm assuming the policy to invite new settlers is initiated by Tarfos, not Renengild.
Blazes. What am I to do with all of these?
Aska, a well-built dwarven woman stands before you, one hand on her head and the other holding a few sheets of paper. Aska says 3 complaints of blights in Whitestone Hollow, and who are these people? Magran's faithful? Great, another pack of religious zealots. It's like they're popping up out of the snow these days. Aska glances up at you. Oh, sorry, Arismital. Just a little preoccupied. Wait, have we met before? I don't think so. Aska says things may have quieted down some with the ogres lately, but there's been no shortage of new trouble, or work for those interested. Just saying. Arismital says, you mentioned blights? Aska says, the terror of Whitestone Hollow. It's a grand blight that turned up after the avalanche. Real disaster that. A great big heap of snow right on top of one of our main trade routes. We can't start fixing the roads until we get the blights out of there. Can't exactly ask you to bring back this thing's head, but the word is, the terror's last victim was a caravan master. Turns out the fellow always wore a certain brooch. Figure it's somewhere in that monstrosity's belly. Bring me the brooch, and I'll take it as proof you handled the blight. Sounds fair? Aris asks, who are Magran's faithful? Aska says bandits and horse thieves, far as I can tell, led by a woman named Roydwith. Problem is, their little group keeps growing and they've started tearing through some of the smaller villages. They were last spotted by Searing Falls, and rumor is they're headed in our direction. Stalwart's just getting his bearings. We can't afford this kind of trouble. Bring me Roydwith's head, and I'll see you a little richer for it. Aska says, looking for work? I know we've got plenty to do around here. So Aska replaces Teldor as bounty givers, yeah?
I'm here.
Yes?
Come back in the morning if you want to buy something, says the fishery worker.
I shall.
Villager says people here are so superstitious. One heavy snow and they think the gods are angry. Pleasure to see you.
This is going to be fantastic. Just wait till they hear about this back home.
Oh, come on! Stupid sword!
I'll handle this. It's done.
Mila's drawing. This lightly singed piece of paper has a charcoal drawing on the front. This warped breastplate is still warm from the forge. The shrine to Abidon is smooth and shiny, as if it were made recently. Yeah, this place is repurposed from Ondra's Temple to Abidon's, so it must be new. This smooth anvil hardly looks like it's seen use. Abidon Acolyte says can talk and Grim wants us to focus.
Yes? Yes?
I don't think Maska will ever be a good smith. But she's a dwarf, right? Judging from her stature, aren't dwarves supposed to be good smiths? Maska says, okay, now you're just pissing me off. She slams her forged hammer down on the unfinished blade with a loud clang. Straighten out, dang you. Temper, Maska. The older priest glares at Maska reproachfully. Maska says, sorry master, it just slipped out. She takes a deep breath and releases it slowly. Arismital asks, what's wrong with the sword? Maska says where to begin. She gestures at the rapidly cooling lump of iron on her anvil. For one, I can manage to shape the metal no matter how hard I try. Master Engrim says envision a sword, so I'm envisioning really hard. I think I'm ending up with a club, maybe a mace if I'm lucky, but no sword. If my work doesn't improve soon, they'll kick me out of the temple. Can't be a priest if you're not a proper smith. Unless you help me. Maska glances around. Arismital says, go on. Maska says, I snuck a peek at Master Engrim's lore books and came across a ritual that can enchant a forged hammer to boost smithing skill. That's exactly the kind of edge I need. I've already completed the first part of the ritual, crafting the hammer. Unfortunately, the next two parts require travel to the Deerwood, and there's no way Master Engrim will let me leave anytime soon. Arismital. Interesting. Renengild did say that Stalwart is part of Deerwood, but even so, even under the threat of an invasion by a Reatseran group, Deerwood hasn't raised any army to counter that. And Maska says, requires travel to the Deerwood. So I'm guessing the villagers of Stalwart, the locals here, also don't really see themselves as a Deerwooden. So officially they are part of Deerwood, but the ruling class don't care, and the locals don't really see themselves as Deerwood. Interesting. Arismital asks, isn't crafting using a magical forge hammer unethical? Maska says, I'm not trying to show anyone up. I just want to appear competent, you know, buy myself time until I'm actually competent. I'd better get back to it before Master Engrim gets annoyed with me. Arismital asks, why did you decide to become an acolyte of Abidon? Maska says, it's a family tradition. One I've managed to keep going. She glares at the unfinished sword on her anvil. Barely. Arismital says, I'll complete the ritual. I'll complete the forge hammer ritual for you. Maska says, that's great. She hands you a forge hammer. That hammer actually turned out all right. The first place you'll need to go is the shrine of Abidon in Crucible Keep. That's in the First Fires district in Defiance Bay. I've never been there myself, just place the hammer at the shrine and it should get blessed or something. After that, you'll need to find the shrine of Magran in Magran's Fork. It's not far from Defiance Bay, to the north of the city, I think. Do the same thing with the hammer at that shrine, then head back here. Arismital says farewell. Maska says, hey there, I hope you're not having any trouble with that ritual. Aris says, I'm still working on it. Maska says, oh, good to hear. Well, I'm not going anywhere. I'd better get back to it before Master Engrim gets annoyed with me.
Indeed.
Engrim nods at you and smiles in recognition. Engrim says, ah, the kindler of the White Forge. We owe you a great debt for the industry and faith you've restored here. Welcome to the Temple of Abedon. Arismital asks, what do you do here? Engrim says, I lead this temple and guide the acolytes in matters both spiritual and mundane. Engrim indicates the forge and anvils. Worshippers of other gods pray or meditate. We Abidonians venerate our god through the act of smithing. Our doors are always open and our forge always alight. How may I help? Arismital says, this used to be a temple of Ondra. Engrim tilts his head to one side. Back when this was dying, forgotten place. But the clerics who tended it left, as is customary of their goddess. The throngs who have since come to Stalwart sought a more practical deity. I see. Arismital says farewell.
Hmm?
Got Scott.
Hmm?
I shall.
The shrine of Abidon lies before you, smelling of metal and oil. Bless Muska's forged hammer. You place Muska's forged hammer at the base of the shrine. For a moment nothing happens. Then you hear the distant ring of hammers striking anvils, tens, then hundreds, then thousands all in unison. Muska's forged hammer suddenly flares with a light, and the chorus of hammering fades away. You retrieve the hammer, and though its appearance hasn't changed, it feels heavier somehow. Azuro has arrived, offering to sell you Rhyme Cutter for 600 CP. He was nearly set upon by brigands on the road, but your patrols intervened. Merchants claim that this axe hails from the White Dead Wens, the foreboding, icy homeland of the Pale Elves. It does bear the same qualities of his homeland, for the blade is coated in a perpetual layer of frost and emanates a deathly cold. For all that, the head of the axe is surprisingly light, making it maneuverable and easier to control after a swing.
Yes?
The ash-covered shrine of Magran stands before you, the scent of charred wood still lingering in the air. Place Maska's forged hammer on the shrine. The temperature around you begins to rise, and before long you feel as if you're standing in front of an open forge. Maska's hammer begins to glow red hot. Suddenly the ground near the shrine erupts into columns of living fire. Flame blights in the sky, winged shapes dive towards you, smoke trailing from their wide open jaws. Fight.
Of course.
A statue of Magran, goddess of war and flame. Dozens of names have been scratched into the stone at her feet, supplicants seeking her blessing. Though backed by the money and spies of the Vailian dukes, Nasu had difficulty cracking the Glanfathan astronomer's code. Many of the Glanfathans who initially appeared helpful turned out to be saboteurs, who believed that outsiders could not be trusted with Glanfathan secrets. A series of ambushes and difficult chases through Eir Glanfath eventually brought Nasu face to face with the great-great-granddaughter of one of the Orlan astronomers who predicted the Lover's Tide. She threatened to destroy the key to translating the cipher, but Nasu was able to negotiate a limited translation of the key astronomical information. In the end, the Vailian dukes were a bit disappointed, as they had hoped to learn additional secrets of Glanfathan astronomy. However, even the information Nasu recovered was fascinating to Vailian astronomers. Constellated Cloak. This dazzling cloak was a gift from 2 Vailian dukes, a reward for your help in recovering lost Glanfathan astronomical knowledge. Looking at the cloak from different angles produces a variety of shimmering colors and creates the illusion that you are gazing into an impossibly deep expanse of space. A distant relative of Ilev has arrived at the stronghold, requesting they be freed in exchange for coin. He was nearly set upon by brigands on the road, but your patrols intervene. I forgot who this Ilev is. Is this Orlan slave that escaped from Reatseras? Okay, if he has a relative, then yeah, that's good news. I'll release him to his relatives. But how can I be so sure that this is actually a distant relative of Ilev? What if this individual relative is only pretending to be a distant relative? Maybe this person is actually on a mission to recapture Ilev? If so, then that's not good news for Ilev. What should I do? Is there a way to confirm, to validate the background of this distant relative before I decide to release Ilev to this individual? Okay, so this distant relative arrives at Kaidnua, yeah? I guess I'll have to return there as soon as possible.
I must say, I'm impressed.
I should have gone through the shed outside the castle. It saves time than having to go through the castle itself to reach the jail. Ilef says, you can't seriously mean to lock me up. Well, good news, there's someone here claiming to be your distant relative. I need you to validate his story first. And if you confirm to me that this person is your relative, I will release you to them. Okay? But if they're not, well, I think it's better for you to stay here. Because if they're lying, they could be on a mission to get you back to Reatseras. Back to the man whose son you killed.
Gods keep you.
Greetings, my lord. Come to visit the dungeons? Do you have any instructions for me? What do you want done with these prisoners? Wait, there is no option to actually talk to this distant relative? Let me check again. What? A distant relative leaves the stronghold? Wait, they didn't even give me time. What? What is this? A distant relative of Ilef has arrived at the stronghold requesting they be freed in exchange for coin. He was nearly set upon by brigands on the road, but your patrols intervened. And then I immediately hurry back to the... This relative arrives at 19 Majauton and leave immediately on the 20th. He didn't even give me time to... Oh my god, he didn't even give me time to... Okay, I think I need... This is not my fault. The stronghold status didn't tell me how long is he going to stay. And also, the game should have known. The game informed me about the relative when I just arrived in White Hollow. If the time frame is not possible for me to make the trek back to Kaitnua to talk to this relative, then the game should have sent me the notice much earlier, not when I'm already in White Hollow. This sucks. Okay, so I load the autosave. This is me arriving at Kaitnua immediately after I just arrived at White Hollow. I immediately go back to Kaitnua to talk to this distant relative. I made no detour. I went straight to Kaitnua from White Hollow. And when I arrive, the distant relative already leaves. They only give me 1 day, 24 hours, while it took more than 24 hours for me to travel from White Hollow to Kaitnua. If the game understands that it's impossible for me to travel from White Hollow to Kaitnua in under 24 hours, then the game shouldn't have given me the notice when I'm in White Hollow. The game should have given me the notice when I was still in Kaitnua. Or, if the game cannot predict where I will go, then when the notice came when I'm in White Hollow, the game should give me more time, more than 24 hours. The journey from White Hollow to Kaitnua is 1 day and several hours. There's no way Arismetal could reach Kaitnua in under 24 hours. This sucks. Okay, this sucks. I don't know if this distant relative of Ilev will return again or not, but I'll wait. If somehow I think this distant relative is not coming back, then I'll release Ilev but not now. Okay, I hope Iolev's relative will return in a short time. But if not, then yeah, I'll just release Ilev. Vicious war criminal has arrived seeking employment. He was nearly set upon by brigands on the road, but your patrols intervene. Vicious war criminal. -4 prestige, no way man. See? Direct travel between White Hollow and Kaitnua is 1 day 10 hours. There's no way I can get back to Kaitnua from White Hollow in under 24 hours.
Hmm? Skuldrak. Is it a different kind of skulder? Yeah, must be a different type of skulder. Like ghoul and what is the other one named? Al Ghul. Whoa, what is this? Blood and bones? Skeletons? This is creepy.
Carrying too much weight.
There's nothing else here, just items. Strange. This place seems not generic enough to just contain items. This crude arrangement of antlers, bones, and sticks exudes a strong, fishy odor. Brice says, maybe we ought to go in and see. Costa says, go on then. Discovered Hadi's house. Okay, so this is... Hadi is Curran's neighbor, right? They were having a land dispute, and Curran mistakenly hired a Bleak Walker to settle the issue. The Bleak Walker's name is Sevestin, but where is Sevestin? There's only Brice and Costa. Let's greet them. Costa says, it's beddays coming, I'm telling you. The pair look up at you as you approach. Brice says, who's the... Oh, begging your pardon, Lord. The villager shuffles to face you. Arismital asks, need help? Brice says, don't think anybody could help Hadi now. Costa says, it might not be too late. Look, we saw some suspicious people leaving Hadi's house. They'd already torched the barn. Arismital says, I think I know what's going on. Brice says, can guess, I bet. We get a lot of bandits up here. It's just a shame it happened to Hadi. Costa says, still, don't think it's bandits, but hey, have a look and you'll know for certain. It's Sevestin. Brice says, yes, what do you want? Arismital asks, what happened here? Brice says, we noticed some of Hadi's goats wandering loose. When we came up here, we saw some suspicious people leaving Hadi's house. Looks like they torched the barn. Arismital asks, Why are you standing out here then? Costa says, we were worried there might be one of them still inside. We're goat herds, not warriors. Arismital asks, suspicious people? Costa says, not just looters, I mean. They were armored up like they were in for battle, and mean-looking. Breeze says, Kern's got something to do with it, I just know it. Aris says, farewell. Breeze says, yes, what do you want? Aris says, farewell. Well, I'm here on a mission by Kern. I hope Hadi is still alive. We'll see. Well, I guess I'm too late. Kern will be regretting his decision for the rest of his life for asking a Bleak Walker, but he claimed he did not know it was a Bleak Walker he talked to. Alright?
What's this?
The fire has died down to a handful of glowing embers. Someone has torn away several pages, leaving bloody smears behind. A bloody thumbprint marks where someone pulled away a piece of bread. The dead man's sprawled position gives you a clear view of the sword wound in his back. The smeared, drying blood around him has not yet faded to brown. Read his soul. You hear a groan, low in pain, and turn your head to see. There's a dull pain in your skull and your vision swims. A harsh grip on your arm bears you upright on your knees. Alwina says, we don't have anything worth stealing. Alwina's voice cuts through your sluggish thoughts. You look up at the armored man seated at the table, your stomach knotting up with dread. Sebastian says, no you don't. He reaches almost idly for the ledger. You notice before he does the way that Alwina tenses up. But you're not sure why until he opens the book and the letter falls out. Sebastian says, family? The man smiles as he picks up the letter. Alwina says, no. Alwina tries to run forward only to get caught by the arm by the man behind her. Sebastian says, looks like Aska's doing well at the mill. Sweet of him to write. Deerford's a long way from here. Bleak Walker Paladin says, enough, Sebastian. Sebastian says, alright. He tosses the letter on the table, cruel amusement swiftly replaced with irritation. Sebastian says, kill him. You barely have time to register the words. The sword through your back drives the air from your lungs and the strength from your limbs all at once. Alwina's scream seems to faint. You have to get to her. You have to warn Aska somehow. But your legs won't listen. You can't breathe. The memory slips from you like a shocked coat, and the pain in your back fades just as quickly. Yeah, this is why the character creation explanation about the Bleak Walker is that lords usually hire Bleak Walkers as a last resort, because they will see their job to their end, and they won't stop even if the mission was called off. Curran made a big mistake. If he didn't want to, well, like I said, Curran claimed he didn't know that the man he hired is a Bleak Walker. This is why you shouldn't talk business transactions when you're drunk. Curran said that he was drunk when he was talking to Sebastian. Let this be a lesson to Curran next time. When he's negotiating business transactions, make sure that he's sober and not drunk. I guess I'll have to travel to Deer Ford then. But first, Aris is going to explore this White Hollow. Breeze says, yes, what do you want? Aris says, Hades dead. Breeze says, knew it had to be bad. Thanks for letting us know, stranger. What the heck? Earlier, they addressed Aris Mittal as my lord. Now they address Aris Mittal as stranger. Make up your mind. Aris is the savior of Stalwart and the White Forge. Earlier, you recognized Aris, and now you don't? What? Costa says, the world's going up in flames, I swear it.
What's this?
Apart from a few flecks of soot, the supplies on this cart are untouched. Embers still smolder in these blackened ruins. This must be the barn that the Bleak Walkers burned. We mark Homestead, no trespassing. This pale, rough stone doesn't resemble any other formation in the area. Really?
A gift if the Asian doesn't wake up.
Yes? Of course.
The upper edge of this engraved slab has been worn smooth by the hands of travelers, eager for some good luck. This pale rough stone doesn't resemble any other formation in the area. What seems like half a mountain's worth of snow has tumbled down across the trade road, blocking further passage. These glyphs seem similar to those seen in the battery, but they are too worn to make out.
Ulu Sen! Worth and
What's this? Carrying too much weight.
Sevestin says, "Put the blade down, boy. You scarcely know how to hold it." Eska says, Hey, help me, please. They're insane." Sevestin says, not says, it's a description. One of the paladins take a step to the side, swiveling to face you and Eska both. He sizes you up with a lazy sweep of the eyes. Sevestin says, "Well, who's this?" "Ah, the foreigner. You'll have to wait your turn. We have a contract to wrap up." Arismitel asks, "Contract?" Sevestin says, "I've seen my share of feuds in the Deerwood, but stalwarts something else. Peasants at each other's throats over a hilltop. Wasn't so long ago their biggest concern was surviving the ogre raids." "Well, maybe they'll talk things through next time," Sevestin laughs. Well, option number 6 is not wrong. Karen claims he was drunk. If the Bleak Walkers are honest, they should have known that a drunk individual can't think straight at the moment. So if they really want a contract to kill Hadi and his family, at least they should wait until Kern is sober and then ask him again whether he really wants to hire the Bleak Walkers to take care of Hadi and his family. Aris says, "You use a drunk man as an excuse for bloodshed. You're pathetic." But I don't like the final part of the sentence. I don't think Aris will say you are pathetic to the Bleak Walkers. What would Aris say in this situation? Aris says, "I can see some sense in that." Sevestin says, "Funny. Didn't think it would get through to you." Aris asks, "Does Sevestin speak for all of you?" Bleak Walker Paladin says, "And if not, what could you offer us? We are not gold-packed whores you can barter for." Beside him, the other paladin snorts. "Well, at least these Bleak Walkers are true to their principles. Once they get a job, they will see it done, no matter what. They can't be bought, they can't be bribed. At least in this regard, they are more principled than the gold-packed knights." You notice a strained edge to Sevestin's laughter. Aris asks, "What if I hire you instead?" Bleak Walker Paladin says, "To do what? You'd have us rescuing kittens." Yeah, he's not wrong. Adair says, "We wouldn't give out that job to just anybody, would we?" There's some relief in Sevestin's laugh. Sevestin says, "Focus on the intruder. We'll kill the sun after." Oh, come on.
None shall stop us!
Eska stares at the fallen paladins. The dagger trembles in his hand. Eska says, They told me that they killed my parents, is that true? Aris says, I'm sorry, Eska. Eska says, I never believed Kern could stoop to this, that rotten bastardo. Eska turns his head away, fists clenched. You hear a stifled sob. Well, option number 1 is true, but I don't know. I don't know whether Kern is telling the truth or not. It could be that at that time, Kern was serious about wanting the Bleakwalkers to kill Hadi, but then maybe he regretted his decision. But again, it could also be true about his claim that he was drunk. Never make business dealings when you're drunk. Always wait until you're sober first. Aris says, Kern sent me. He didn't intend for anyone to get killed. That is true, but the fact remains because of what he said to the Bleakwalkers. Hadi and Elwina are dead now. Eska says, who cares what he intended? That pass. I'm going to see to it he regrets everything he's done. Should I? What would Aris Mittal say? Would he preach to Eska with option number 1? Would he encourage Eska with option number 2? Or would Aris choose option number 3? I think number 3 is more neutral. What would benefit Aris more? If Aris encouraged Eska to take revenge on Kern, will Aris receive a reward from Kern? Well, Kern can't give Aris a reward if he's dead. So I think the most profitable option for now is number 3. I guess Aris can choose number 1, but I don't think Aris is the preachy type of guy. Yeah, I think Aris would say number 3. Aris says, starting to regret saving you, kid. Eska says, sorry, here. I'm grateful that you saved me. I am. I just wish you'd turned up sooner. Wait, I gain money from Eska, not from Kern? Then maybe I shouldn't think that Aris would care about whether Kern is dead or alive. Wow, he disappears. Eska, is he going to Stalwart to confront Kern about this? I wonder how is Galvino doing? Let's check him out.